Good evening. Welcome to Sunday Night Football here on TSR. We got a good one. Got the Bills and the Chiefs in a rematch of the AFC Championship game. A game I actually called. So, for the Bills, this is their fifth go-around here on TSR. They were 3-1 last year. Chiefs, no stranger. They were once 5-0, but since the AFC Championship game, they've lost their last two appearances here. Should be a good one. But, a lot of crazy things happened in football today. Less than 15 minutes to kickoff. Falcons won. Of course, they were playing the Jets, so that's... Yeah, sorry, London, that you had to be subjected to Jets-Falcons. We apologize, stateside. You're welcome to keep them, by the way. It's not like we have much purpose for them over here either. Packers and Bengals went to overtime. Apparently, neither kicker was on their game. Eventually, the Packers won in an OT by 3. Jaguars now have lost 20 straight games. It's the third longest streak in NFL history. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they're going to break Tampa Bay's record of 26 consecutive losses this year. Let's see, they got 20, so they're 6 away. Let's see. They got the Dolphins next week in London. That's 1. Then Halloween against Seattle. Okay. No Russell Wilson or no Russell Wilson. I don't see them winning that game. Buffalo, forget it. That's 3. Colts, they're bad, but they're not that bad. That would be 4. 49ers, they're bad this year, but not that bad. So hold up. 2, 3. So get the 25, and then they could tie the record against the Falcons if they lose that game on the 28th. And then the record could be broken on December 5th if they lose to the Rams, which there's a good chance they will. Yeah, going against a team. Yeah, here's the side epic. The Falcons, they have blown how many double-digit leads they've blown in the last 5 seasons. So since Super Bowl 51. Well, hold that thought just a second. They're about ready to make the picks. Let's see what the field likes. Now remember, just because the field likes a team doesn't mean they're going to win. Just ask the Chiefs and the 49ers. All right, Rodney went with the Bills. So it's about 1-1. Let's see. Chiefs. Bills. Chiefs. Bills. And the looks of it, it's going to be a house divided. So. But going back to what I was saying, so since 2017, they've blown Or since Super Bowl 51, I should say. See how many double-digit leads they've blown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've blown 5 double-digit leads. Okay, not as many as I thought. Oh, this is just biggest blown leads. So let's see.
Download the Domino's app today and become a piece of the Pie Rewards member to earn points toward free pizza.
I felt like there's been more. "2017 Miami's, that's 1. 2017 against Carolina, that was 2. Cowboys last year, 3. You know, I felt like it's been a lot. I might just be exaggerating a little bit, but I felt like they have blown so many double-digit leads in the last 4 seasons and change. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just over-exaggerating it. Let's get back on topic. Eagles defeated the Panthers. I'm surprised about that one. I mean, last week the Panthers played the Cowboys. They're a good team, Dallas. The Eagles were just struggling. The Steelers somehow beat the Broncos. Yeah, that's why I wasn't buying too much into Denver's 3-0 start, because all 3 of those teams going in were winless. Patriots beat the Texans somehow, because who do the Texans have at quarterback? Davis Mills? Nothing. Vikings defeat the Lions. Poor Lions. Just find new ways to lose games. It was yet again another last-second field goal. Yeah. So, tip to all future NFL head coaches, don't come in there with a biting kneecap philosophy. It just won't work. Somehow the Bears beat the Raiders, so hard to believe the Raiders were once unbeaten. Now they've lost 2 straight. Chargers outlasted the Browns. A good matchup in Los Angeles. My Niners continue to struggle. They've lost 3 straight since I called them on Sunday night. Oh, geez, did I implement the seed of failure in San Francisco? I hope not. So. Sorry about that. It's a good thing I didn't call the MLB today, because they're right now in extra innings. I would have had to leave that to call this game, because this is the one I really wanted to call. By the way, anybody cares, Rays and Red Sox tied at 4. That's in the bottom of the 10th. As winner looking to go up 2-1 in the series. Astros, White Sox underway, no score going to the middle of the first. So, Braves and Dodgers tied the series with their wins yesterday. Braves 3-0 over the Brewers, and Dodgers 9-2 over my Giants. Ready to kick it off in just a little bit. Excuse me. Let's get underway here in Kansas City. It could be a key matchup in terms of playoff seeding down the line. Chargers winning today. They'll stay atop the AFC West. The Broncos and Raiders both losing. The Chiefs have a chance to to share second place. Bills would love to go 2 ahead of New England in the AFC East. Yeah, because they don't get to play the Patriots until December. So for them, they're just trying to try to leave some distance behind the Patriots. Perez, Kansas City Royals catcher. He's going to pound the chief drum. All right, so Tyler Bass will kick it off to Byron Pringle. Just telling me the game's underway. And now it is with the Bass kick. Touchback. We'll get to see Mahomes and crew. Chiefs bounced back nicely after losing back-to-back games, which included a Sunday night football game here on TSR against the Ravens. Isn't that size 12 font for the MLB? And he's in the shotgun to start things off. And handoff. This is Edwards Hilaire up the middle. Getting about 29. Mahomes leading the NFL in touchdown passes through 4 weeks. It's just a 2-2 record. Comes in the shotgun. And this is Jerick McKinnon getting it past the 30. So third down. So now Mahomes in the shotgun on 3rd and 4. I anticipate a pass. So he's going to look for Tyreek Hill. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught right on cue. That's Tyreek Hill. There's a flag down though, but for the moment the Chiefs had a first down, but they're saying it's on the Chiefs. Wow, did I call it or what? Of course, not going to mean anything. They might call it back. Carl Sheffer's the referee. Nope, that's on the defense. That's going to stand. That's going to be a first down. I just channeled my inner Tony Romo there, saying look for him to go to Tyreek Hill. And lo and behold, he did just that. I'm talking about channeling my inner Tony Romo as a commentator, not so much as a football player. Mahomes drops back, looking, fires, passes. Oh, just over the head of Kelsey. That one looked like a laser coming out of it. Looked like a fastball that Salvador Perez would be catching over at Kauffman Stadium. Mahomes in the shotgun, empty backfield. Jim, look for him to go to Tyreek Hill again. Here we go, Jim. Tony! Mahomes fires, passes, incomplete. Was actually trying for Harmon. Now set up third down. Okay, I can't try to be Tony Romo every play. Third and 10. Mahomes in the shotgun. Did have an empty backfield, but now calls running back over. Drops, looking, pressure coming. Now he has to scramble. To his right, going to the 45, to the 50, dives! Did he get it? Yes, he did! Well, don't tell Patrick Mahomes it's only week 5. He was going all out as if the season was on the line there. Yo! I mean, this is only the first quarter. We're barely in the first quarter. He was going all out there. Mahomes in the shotgun, looking, rolling to his right, looking, fires, pass incomplete. Well, when all else fails, just take it yourself. A lot of quarterbacks probably just ran out of bounds and just let it be fourth down. Mahomes is like, no way, I'm going all out to get the first down, even if it is early in the first quarter. I love a competitor like that. Mahomes in the shotgun. Call is to, looks like Williams. Yep, Damian Williams. Call about 3 or 4. Oh, it was actually 5. So 3rd and 5. Mahomes in the shotgun. So I look for him to pass. Maybe go back to Hill again. Works once, and they look like they got the Bills jumping. Mahomes fires, passes, incomplete. The flag is down. They might have gotten the Bills for offside. So they might have gotten a free first down out of this. Ooh. It'll probably be 3rd and inches. So I'm going to call it 38. I'll probably imagine, more like, the 38. So 3rd and 1. Handoff up the middle. It's a first down. Bill saying they had the ball. I don't know why. Keep the chains moving. The call was to number 45. That is Michael Burden, a fullback. Kind of an extinct position in football. Not many fullbacks left. Mahomes in the shotgun play action. Looking. Looking now, trying to run with it. Get to about the 32-yard line, I'll call it. Chiefs have run 10 plays, gone 42 yards, and taken up 4 minutes of clock to start the game off. And converting on those third downs, 2nd and 7. Mahomes in the shotgun. And play action pass is caught. That's Hill. Oh, no, he didn't catch it. I thought he did. 3rd and 7. I thought he caught and ran backwards out of bounds. Set up 3rd and 7. Holmes in the shotgun with an empty backfield. They've been money on 3rd down this drive. And Mahomes drops back. Looking. Fires incomplete. Threw it at the feet of Pringle, and that's going to set up. And a flag comes in. Are they going to... What are they going to call here? Oh, they're going to get the Bills for defensive holding. That's going to keep the drive alive. And that was on number 27, Tre'Davious White. So instead of the Bills forcing a 50-plus yard field goal, it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Chiefs. And handoff, this is Hill. Left side to the 20, breaks a tackle to the 15, and that's going to move the chains. Well, a late flag comes in. Now the Chiefs getting called for holding. That was Demarcus Robinson, so let's go move him back. To 23. They call it 1st and 5. Mahomes drops 5 passes caught. Up to about the 18-yard line at Pringle. Good enough to move the chains. Let's see, was that MLB score? Well, White Sox leading the Astros now 1-0. I thought it was Rays and Red Sox. Holmes in the shotgun. He's got trips to his left. I look for him to go to Hill. Drops, looking. Now he's going to run with it. Faked pitch. Up to about the 15-yard line. Got 9:10 to go in the opening quarter. Chiefs right now just inside the 15. They'll call it 2nd and 7 from about the 14.5. And looks like they're going to get the Chiefs for a false start. That's going to knock them back. Now we just passed the 9-minute mark. Bills committing 2 penalties on 3rd down that allowed the Chiefs to extend the drive. An offside that set up an easy 3rd down conversion and a defensive holding. As Mahomes drops back, he'll try to get out to Hilaire. Edwards Hilaire, but incomplete. So it'll be 3rd and 12. So he tried to get him on a screen, but threw it a little too much to the outside. A ball came out of his hand a little funny, as wobbly. Mahomes in the shotgun on 3rd and 12. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, incomplete try for Hill. And don't look like there's going to be a flag this time. So after all that, the Bills defense able to hold firm. And will force a Butker field goal. This looked like too much for Hill to handle. It looked like it got him in the face mask first. Butker from 38 yards. Snap, kick, up, and got it. Chiefs use up close to 6.5 minutes to start the game. And they hold a 3-0 lead here on your home for the NFL. Chiefs using up close to 6.5 minutes to open the game up. They're only able to get a field goal out of it. The Bills defense bent but didn't break. Let's see what Josh Allen and crew can do. Butker set to kick off. And a return, so here comes Josh Allen. Allen behind center. And a call to the left side. Going nowhere. Number 26 of the Bills. That is Devin Singletary. Going nowhere. Josh Allen, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Not too bad. And he has a rushing touchdown. Mahomes had 14 touchdown passes and 4 interceptions going into tonight. Calls a Singletary up the gut. Gets up to about the 32, I'll call it. So 3rd and 3. The last thing the Bills want to do after having the defense on the field for close to 6.5 minutes is go 3 and outs and look for them to do something here. Allen going to the left side. He's going to keep it first down and more. 50. Slides down to 45 of Kansas City. That's going to be a first down. I don't know why Allen slid. He could have kept running. You're committed at that point. Yeah. Like one of those, like something that would be ran in college. I mean, you wouldn't expect this in the pros. And right there, why slide? You keep running. Show some commitment. Allen in the shotgun. Play action. Looking, fires, passes, caught! Up to about the 21. That's Dawson Knox. And that's going to move the chains. The Bills aren't wasting any time. They're driving down the field. The Chiefs got it in increments, but the Bills are like, you know what? We're getting it in chunks. Just like, phew, like a laser beam coming off his fingertips. Allen behind center. Oh, it's a 22, not 21. Pitch. This is Singletary. Scratch that. That's number 20. Getting it to the 20. Zach Moss. 20 to the 20. Oh, pardon me. Allen in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Now he's going to take off and run with the right side to the 15, to the 10. Dives forward to about the 8. That's going to set up 1st and goal. Allen not afraid to tuck it and run. And not just that, this time he was showing, hey, you know what? I can commit too. My quarterback's probably would have slid right there. He just decided, you know what? I'm going to take it and run, dive forward. He's only had 1 pass. Went for 23 yards. On the 1st and goal at the 9. Sorry. Allen in the shotgun. Drops. Looking. Fires. Pass is incomplete. And Bills were looking for a flag. They ain't going to get one here. Red zone, 4th season for Josh Allen. 194 attempts. Has 48 passing touchdowns. 24 rushing touchdowns. No interceptions. 3rd longest streak in the NFL without an INT in the red zone since 1991. Tom Brady, 242 games or attempts. Peyton Manning, 217 attempts. Right up there with a Hall of Famer and future Hall of Famer. That's not too bad. And Allen going to keep it to the 5. Allen gets in. Touchdown, Bills. Josh Allen says, you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. And he answers the long drive with a touchdown. Good play action. Now he just went right side, and he was determined. And Bass for the point after. Snap, kick, up, and good. .436 to go in the opening quarter. Bills answering the Chiefs field goal with a touchdown. Lead it 7-3 here on your home for the NFL. Well, the Bills, they just needed 8 plays, 75 yards in just under 4 minutes to answer back, take the lead from the Chiefs. Lawrence Devone Tardif graduated from McGill University with a doctorate in medicine 3 years ago. Got guarded the Kansas City Chiefs. Pretty good. A doctorate. And Bass will kick it off. And Pringle going to return it from his own end zone to the 20, 25, and he lost it! And looked like the Bills came up with it. They're going to fight for it. Flag comes out, though. And they're going to say Bills ball. Or will they? They're still fighting for it. And yes, they are going to indeed say Bills ball. There's a flag down also. Pringle would have just been better off staying in the end zone. Let's take a look. Oh, nice hit there. Jarred it loose and it went up in the air. And it was recovered by number 9 of the Bills. That is Smith Jr. There was a holding on the return anyway. But these decline. I think the Bills are going to take possession. Ball was forced out by number 33, Siren Neal. Now the Bills back in business. The Astros now leading the White Sox 3-1. So it looks like the Bills defense going to get a little bit more of a rest. They got now 1st and 10 at the 20 on a 36. Allen drops back. That's incomplete. Trying for Singletary, excuse me. Look at that touchdown run by Josh Allen. Got the safety committing to the left, and he went to the right. That's a well-designed play-action run. Oh, it's 34, not 36. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong lines. And call is to Singletary right side. Plowing, close. Caught 3rd and 1. Allen behind center. And handoff to the fullback, to the 20, 15, that's Moss, to the 10, inside the 10, to about the 8. That's going to move the change, but the flag is down. So hold up, may not move the change just yet. Nope, they're going to call holding, so they're going to push him back. Yeah. You hold a defensive player like that, yeah, you're going to get called every time. Pretty much had him blocked. All he had to do was just disengage. I think he was going to be able to run past him. Now it's 3rd and 11. Allen in the shotgun. Drops. Looking. Now has to scramble. Looking. Flag is down. He just throws it to the sideline. Let's take a look. King Savage brought in the building, and Steelers win today. I think he's happy about that. So maybe he'll stop the fire Tomlin and bench Big Ben chants for a little bit. Let's see what the flag is. Call it an illegal shift, and they're going to get him for grounding. So that's going to knock the Bills out of field goal range. Yeah, Kicks Evans, you just said the Bills look so good, and then look at what happened. Yeah, Josh Allen had no chance. So they're going to call, what are they going to call this? 4th and 29. And the 47, so they're going to send out the punter. And here's the kick. And from inside the 5, this is Hardman. Hardman got in the lane, 25-30. Here we go. Up to the 35-yard line. And looks like some words being exchanged. And now getting a little bit of Mortal Kombat going on. Even though hockey season isn't starting until Tuesday. And there's a flag down. I'd call offside, but that's not going to really do too much. So it's from the Buffalo. So just go up to the Kansas City 48. So that's only going to make it 4th and 24. So it was at the Buffalo 47, not the Kansas City 47. That was my mistake. So we're coming up on 3 minutes to play in the opening quarter. And here's the punt. For that coffin corner now, it's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. $2:53 to go in the opening quarter. Bills 7, Chiefs 3 on your home for the NFL. Step away for a second. Just under 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. And quick update. We're now in the middle of the 12th in Boston. Still tied at 4 between the Rays and the Red Sox. On the south side of Chicago, the Astros leading the White Sox 3-1. That's in the top of the second. If the Astros win tonight, that's game over for the White Sox. The Astros for the fifth straight year will be in the ALCS. Going to the first White Sox home playoff game since 2008. I wasn't even in my 20s yet. Patrick Mahomes was still in middle school as he hands it off to Edwards-Helaire, getting it up to about the 25-yard line. Yeah, that Green Bay, I heard Green Bay Cincinnati was crazy. It's like both Mason Crosby and Evan McPherson just couldn't make a kick to save their life. 11 missed kicks. Yeah, if I was both of them, I'd be updating my resume. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking. Now he's going to take off and run with it. He stumbled a little bit. Gets to the marker, and he'll get a first down. And the Eagles come back to beat the Panthers. That was something. At this point, the Cardinals are the lone unbeaten. Who would have thought the Arizona Cardinals would be the lone unbeaten team at this point? Anyway, Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops, looking, fires, passes, caught, and slipping away. That's Kelsey up to about the 45. Moving the chains. And then you got the Jaguars. I think everyone expected the Jaguars to still be winless. They weren't expecting much, even with Trevor Lawrence. But the Lions, you would have thought with Dan Campbell's new you knock us down, we're getting up, and on the way up, we're biting your kneecap off. Yeah, well, if you're biting kneecaps off, either your teeth are really weak or your opponents have strong kneecaps because it doesn't seem like they are being slowed down. They're still knocking you down with one shot. Hand off to Edwards Hilaire right side, getting about a yard. And the Browns losing today. Browns and Bengals losing. That gives the Ravens an opportunity to seize sole possession of first place. The AFC South, a little bit crazy. Titans leading the way. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops and a flag flies. That's going to knock him back 5 yards. Yeah, I did hear about Burrow getting a throat contusion. I don't know how that happened, but okay. And yeah, Jones got a concussion and Barkley got a sprained ankle. I think I saw the replay of Barkley's sprained ankle. It looked like that's the end of the first quarter. So hopefully he's going to be okay. The Giants can't afford to lose him. We played one here in Kansas City. Score at the break. Bills 7, Chiefs 3 here on your home for the NFL. Just in time for the start of the second quarter. Mahomes in the shotgun, calls the Williams right side. Williams up to close to midfield. Let's go move the chain. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. Let's set up 3rd and 5. Well, the Chiefs have been money on 3rd down. Last drive right up until the final one. Let's see what happens here. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking. Pressure coming. He's in trouble. Just gets the pass off. Right in front of Williams. A flag comes in. And judging by the look of the Bills' faces, it's going to be on them. And another holding call, so that's going to keep the Chiefs' drive alive. As for the Bills, that's their third penalty on third down. As Siren Neal guilty of holding. Yeah, he was holding on to Travis Kelce. The Bills 5 penalties, 42 yards. Chiefs 4 penalties, 25 yards. Mahomes drops back. Pressure coming. He's rolling to his right. Looking. Fires. Pass is caught. Right up around the first down marker. And that's number 19. I think it was 19. Yes, number 19. That is... Oh, not going to tell me. Josh Gordon. And Mahomes, who had to throw right off his back foot, thrown up there, he comes down with it. Mahomes in the shotgun again. Drops back. Looking, fires, pass is caught. That's McKinnon. 30, 25, close to the marker. Not quite there. 2nd and 1. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, fires, pass is caught. That's Hill. Hill to the 20. Hill to about the 16, but he moves the chains. It seems like when all else fails for the Chiefs tonight, either put it in the hands of Tyreek Hill or Patrick Mahomes. They'll make something happen. Okay, it's 18, not 16. Mahomes in the shotgun. Fires, passes caught. That's Hardman at the 15, gets to the 10. And he is swarmed by Bills players. But we'll get about 8 on the play. Current drive, Chiefs 9 plays, 70 yards. Around 6 minutes of clock. Holmes in the shotgun. Calls to Edwards-Helaire up the gut. He'll get a first down right up to about the 5-yard line. Oh, excuse me. See if I can sneak a peek at what's going on. Rays Red Sox now in the top of the 13th. My goodness. Will that game ever end? All right, Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Pressure coming. He gets away. Scrambling to his left. Looking. Still looking, and now he gets taken out to 6, so it ends up just being a sack of 1 yard. Mahomes would have just been better off tucking it and run. If he did that, he might have had a touchdown. It looked like Andy Reid was trying to signal for a timeout. Either that or show him what he wants to order at the menu. I mean, it almost does look like it could be a restaurant menu. And Chiefs are going to have to take a timeout. We'll step aside, 10:06 to go in the first half. Chiefs driving down by 4 on your home for the NFL. Chiefs use a timeout. It's 2nd and goal at the 6. Mahomes behind center. And Mahomes rolling to his right, looking, fires, and to caught touchdown! That's Pringle! That gives the Chiefs the lead. He didn't know who was going to line up behind center for the Chiefs. Mahomes just rolling to his right. Pringle broke off his route, and he had it in the back of the end zone. Butker for the point after. Snap, kick, up, and good. 10 minutes even to go in the first half. Chiefs regain the lead here on your home for the NFL.
Jahan Dotson had 2 touchdowns.
Chiefs able to get the lead back on the touchdown pass from Mahomes to Pringle. We'll see how the Bills respond. The Bills had a chance to bury the Chiefs early after they fumbled the kickoff, so Pringle making up for that. The Bills were unable to do anything as they have been shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. In fact, one penalty kept the drive alive for the Chiefs. The defensive holding. Butker will kick this one off. And no return. Allen behind center to start things off. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, drops! And Moss could not haul it in. Now Allen in the shotgun. And calls the Moss. Up the middle, breaks a tackle, getting it past the 30 to about the 32. Let's set up 3rd and 3. Let's see what they officially call it. They're going to actually call it 3rd and 2. Allen in the shotgun. Look for him to keep it here on 3rd down. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Diggs up to about the 41. And that's going to move the chains. Allen behind center on 1st and 10. And play action. Allen looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Moss. That's Moss to the 40 up to at the 35. That's going to move the chains. So checked it down to Zach Moss, and he was able to do the rest. Checked it down. Was right in the middle of the field. Had all that space. Allen just 3 of 7 for 55 yards. He does have 3 carries for 42 yards and a touchdown on the ground, though. As he drops back, looking, fires deep, passes, caught, touchdown! That is Emmanuel Sanders, and the Bills answer back. And he just torched L'Jarius Sneed. As Bass for the point after. Snap, kick, up, and good. $7:45 to go in the second. Bills 14, Chiefs 10, here on your home for the NFL.
forgot to tell you. Yeah. I forgot to tell you. Yeah. I forgot to tell you. Yeah.
Bills able to answer back on a 35-yard touchdown pass from Josh Allen to Emmanuel Sanders. Regain the lead. As a quick baseball update. In the middle of the third, the Astros now leading the White Sox 5-1. And still going on in Fenway now in the bottom of the 13th, tied at 4. Red Sox do have a runner on first. As Tyler Bass will kick it off. And Pringle going to return it again. Let's see what happens here. Gets to the 15 to the 20. 25 up to about the 28-yard line. So this time he will hold on to it. When I'm getting that early, this could be a back and forth affair. Come down to who has the ball last. As Mahomes is in the shotgun. And gives to Edwards-Helaire, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. The Bills next week got another primetime game, a Monday nighter in Nashville. Could be a good one. It's now 2nd and 10. Mahomes in the shotgun, rolling to his left, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Hardman. We're in the 36. Set up 3rd down and short. Chiefs next week. What's on tap for them? They got the football team in D.C., Landover, I should say. And then they'll have the Titans after the Bills have to go around with them. It's now 3rd and 2, Mahomes in the shotgun. And handoff, this is Williams, he goes nowhere! In fact, he will lose a yard. That's going to force the Chiefs to punt. And he was taken down by the rookie number 50, Greg Rizzo. Oh, the Red Sox beat the Rays 6-4. Vasquez with a walk-off homer. As Towson will kick it away. And this is Benjamin up to about the 26 on number 19. Oh, sorry, that's Isaiah McKenzie. 5:46 to go in the first half. Bills up by 4, and you're home for the NFL. Bills taking the ball back after stopping the Chiefs with 3 and out. Let's see what they can do here. They would love to have a double-digit lead going into the half. As Allen is behind center. About 5 on the play clock. And play action pressure coming. Allen rolling to his left, looking, fires, pass incomplete. Right at the feet of Sanders. As the Chiefs had a guy coming in unblocked. Allen was luckily able to get away to at least throw it. Well, second most rushing touchdowns through 50 games by QB, 27. Only Cam Newton with more, 28. This is his 49th game, 77 touchdown passes. Second player with 75-plus touchdown passes and 25-plus rushing. 50 game. Dante Culpepper, the other one. Oh, geez, that's a name I haven't heard in forever. And Allen handoff. This is Singletary. Maybe a couple on the play. We'll set up third down. So the Red Sox now up 2-1. If I got the opportunity to call Game 4 tomorrow, I plan to. Either do that or Monday Night Football. We'll see what's on tap. Allen on third down in shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires the heave! Caught! Diggs! Down to the 10, now makes at the 11-yard line! Oh my goodness! Allen going for the throat with Stephon Diggs. Oh, he just torched the Chiefs second. If he hadn't, took that extra step, right here, he catches it. He's just he's about to walk in backwards, oh no, the defender's coming. If he hadn't done it, if he just kept running, he might have been in. Allen in the shotgun. He's going to keep it going to the right. He goes nowhere. Yeah, and that was play made by the rookie number 54, Nick Bolden. If I'm not mistaken, Bolden, yeah, Missouri product. I think a lot of people in Kansas City are Kansas Jayhawk fans. Allen in the shotgun, drops back, looking, fires, ends up pass, incomplete, try for Diggs. It was Rashad Fenton who got in there, broke it up. We'll set up third down. Yeah. It's going to set up 3rd and 11. Allen in the shotgun, drops, looking, fires, end zone pass, incomplete. Tried for Sanders, and it's a no-go. So after Diggs with that long catch, the Bills unable to do anything, and they got to kick the field goal. The Chief defense this time bending but not breaking. Looked like just a miscommunication between Allen and Sanders. Tyler Bass since 2020 made 25 straight field goals from under 50 yards. Jinx alert. This one's from 30. Snap, kick, up, and good. No jinx there. 3:13 to go in the first half. Bills now making a 7-point game on your home for the NFL. Bills getting the field goal and making it now a 7-point game. We'll see how Mahomes and crew answer back. Right, the field goal set up by the long pass from Allen to Diggs. It was 61 yards. As Bass will kick it off. And ball bounces out of bounds. That's going to be a flag. The Chiefs will get great field position to start. Guard. So rookie Trey Smith started 41 of 42 career games, a 2-time All-SEC first team selection. Rookie out of Tennessee. Go Rocky Top. Mahomes behind center on 1st and 10 at the 40. Play action. Looking. Now steps up. He's going to take off with it. 45-50. 45-40. Slides down around the 36. He's safe. Sorry, that would be if we were playing at Kauffman Stadium. Look at how much space he had there. You have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. If he sees that much real estate out there, he's taking it. And he's in the shotgun. Drops back. Fires passes. Dropped! Williams could not haul it in. But even if he did, it looked like he was going to be met up anyway. Mahomes in the shotgun. Now an empty backfield. On the pass. And he does just that. It's incomplete. He was trying for Hill. And he could not get it. So now third down. And Mahomes in the shotgun on 3rd and 10. Drops back. And well, it looks like somebody moved early, so now it's going to become 3rd and 15. And that's on the rookie Smith, who I was just talking about moments ago. Holmes in the shotgun, empty backfield. Well, now McKinnon joins them in that backfield. Drops back, looking, scrambles to his right, looking. Now fires, passes, caught. That's Kelsey, right around the 32. So at the very least, make it a little more manageable field goal. And, yep, Yankees suck once and you missed an amazing game. Yeah, but it would have left over into Sunday Night Football, so I couldn't have called. Even if I called it, I would have had to leave. We hit the 2-minute warning. Chiefs down by 7 here on your home for the NFL. That's a 2-minute warning here. The Chiefs, I'd imagine, will be sending out the field goal unit. Or maybe not. Mahomes in the shotgun. They're going for it. Drops back. Looking. Fires. Passes. Tipped. Incomplete. And they're going to turn it over on downs. I don't know about that. I mean, I probably would have taken the points. You know, Butker is a good enough kicker. I think I would have trusted in him. I could understand why they wanted to go for it. You think with Patrick Mahomes, your quarterback, this should be no problem, but unfortunately did not work out. I don't know. In a game like this, I feel like points could be important. Allen in the shotgun. Gets it out to Moss. Up to the 35, to the 40. Up to the 45, inside the 45 to about the 47. Yeah, I know. Why not go for the field? I mean, I don't fault the decision. Again, Patrick Mahomes was my quarterback. I probably would have rolled the dice, but in a game like this, you got to take the points. Allen drops back. And pocket collapse. He gets away. Fires deep. Caught! Knox! Touchdown! Dawson Knox and the Bills went right for the throat. And it's now a 13-point game. And Knox, unlike Diggs this time, finishes the job. He got open, and he kept running. He didn't slow down for a second like Diggs did. That probably would cost him the touchdown. He was backpedaling and just ran in. Bass for the point after. Snap. Kick. Up and good. 76 seconds to go in the first half. It's now Bills 24, Chiefs 10 on your home for the NFL. Loss to the Chiefs failed on 4th down. The Bills capitalized as Allen found Knox 53 yards for a touchdown. And Bass kicks it off. And it will just be knelt down in the end zone by Pringle. Knox burned Dan Sorson on the touchdown. And Mahomes is in the shotgun. I already did the baseball score updates. I'll do them again at halftime as Hardman gets it up to about the 31. Gain of 6. So at the half, I'll do scores from the NFL and the MLB. So Mahomes drops back, looking, and now steps up. He's going to take off with it. Gets up to about the 40-yard line. Now we'll move the chains, but he's got to hurry up. I don't think he wants use a timeout if he doesn't have to. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops. Looking. Fires. Passes. Incomplete. And a bang-bang play was trying for Tyreek Hill. But it was knocked out by Teron Johnson, the guy with the long pick 6 in that divisional game against the Ravens last year. Second and 10. And it looks like the Bills are going to take a timeout here with 36 seconds to go in the first half. For the Chiefs, I think this is an important drive because the Bills do start with the ball in the second half. Holmes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught! That's hard. No! He said he went out of bounds. Mahomes floated it just a little too far. I mean, let's take a look. Oh, I think that's a catch. I think they better take that to the booth. Don't look like they're gonna. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think that this is going to be reversed. I think the Chiefs are going to have it in Bills territory. Looks like the rain's starting to come down in Kansas City. Let's take a look. Looks like there's some green in between the toe and the sideline. I think this is going to be a catch. Yep. Rain coming down. It's supposed to be even calling for thunderstorms there in Kansas City. Yeah, that's a catch. That's going to be a catch. That's going to be reversed. Right there, just a little bit of green between the toe and the sideline. All there needs to be is at least one blade of grass. Of course, they could also wonder, like, did he have full possession of it beforehand? Let's listen in.
The ball will be inside the 40. The crowd is looking at the replay as well.
I think this is going to be a catch. I
Well, the officials are starting to move the ball down into Buffalo territory. So
yeah, from what they're showing me, that's a catch.
Yeah, Shepherds is still on the mic. I think they want to get the time and the exact yard line.
Yeah, I mean that'd be helpful.
With 31 seconds, the Chiefs are the beneficiary of an overrule. And that's going to go for a gain of about 25. We'll see where they spot it.
All right, here's the call.
After review, the receiver did control the ball, get 2 feet in bounds. It is a catch.
So it'll be at the Buffalo 34. I think it was a good call. I was almost starting to think they weren't going to review it, but they did. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Kelsey. 25, rolls to his right, 20, flag is down. They're at the 16, so for the moment it's 1st and 10, but let's check the marker. Mahomes pointing towards the Bills. Tre'Davious White saying it's on the Chiefs, and a lot of the Bills say, hey, it's on them. Now let's take a look. And, they are going to get the Chiefs for pass interference. That's on Josh Gordon. Oh, yeah. That was interference. So that's going to push the Chiefs back. So instead of having it inside the 20 and in field goal range, that knocks the Chiefs back to the 44. There's 23 seconds left in the first half. They do still have 2 timeouts, so the playbook's fairly open. Mahomes in the shotgun. Now an empty backfield. Drops, looks, fires, passes, incomplete. Little too low for Travis Kelce. And the White Sox now up 6-5 as they're fighting for their season. Holmes in the shotgun on 2nd and 20. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Kelce around the 35. Got thrown back a couple yards, so he's up to about the 37. A little bit more reasonable field goal range for Butker if it has to come to that. Good news is he got out of bounds, so it's spared the timeout. He caught it like around the 33-yard line, got thrown back like 4 yards. 3rd and 12 from the 36. And it looks like the Chiefs do end up using a timeout anyway. Well, the Bills held lead at halftime in each of the last 13 regular season games. That's the longest streak in NFL history. And barring something bizarre, it looks like it's going to be 14. A 15-point touchdown, which, yep, you can't do. I think that streak's going to live on another week. Mahomes in the shotgun. And looks like the Bills now going to take a timeout and say, hey, wait a minute, we're not ready. Bills 41-27 since 2017. Giants and Jets combined 38-100. That's painful. So we're going to try it again. 3rd and 12. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Fires. Passes. Incomplete. That's going to send out the field goal unit. So from here, it'd be about a 54-yard try. Unless they just want to keep Mahomes out, they're going to send Butker out. 13 of 19 this season, or this is career from 50-plus yards. Hit a 58-yarder last year against the Chargers. This one from 54. Do some damage control. Snap. Kick. Up. And got it! With 2 seconds left in the half. We'll do a little bit of damage control. Make it an 11-point game, but Bills do start with the football. And their offense has done fairly well tonight, so let's see how much that field goal will do. I mean, really, if they kicked the field goal last drive, this would be a one-score game. It'd be a much more manageable game. It's obviously, it would be a one-possession. That'd be the obvious. But if the Bills score, it'd just be a two-possession game. They could still be it now. If the Bills come out and score a touchdown and start in the second half, yeah, we might be... Chiefs could be in trouble. They got to try an onside kick, but the Bills got 1 second up now. Well, I guess when you have nothing to play for, why not? Bills will receive the second half kickoff. We played one half in Kansas City. After 30 minutes, it's Bills 24, Chiefs 13 here on your home for the NFL. .30 minutes played in Kansas City. Bills up 24-13. Let's look at the stats from the first half. Those are first downs. Chiefs with 15. Bills 10. Chiefs running 43 total plays. Bills just 24. Bills, though, outgained the Chiefs 289-231. So Bills getting 12 yards of play. Chiefs just 5.4. Bills outpassing them 219-131. Chiefs, though, outrushing them 100-70. Both sides 1 for 2 in the red zone. Bills 5 penalties, 42 yards. Chiefs 6 penalties, 40 yards. And the Chiefs did lose a fumble. Chiefs, though, dominated time possession, 19:07-10:53. Let's look at other action that happened in the NFL. Start out in London where the Falcons defeat the Jets 27-20. Kyle Pitts with his first career touchdown. Falcons go to 2-3. In a wild one in Cincinnati, the Packers eventually prevailing despite 11 missed kicks by both sides. 25-22 for the Packers, their first road win in Cincinnati since 1998. Lost the previous two. Saints defeating Washington 33-22. Kamara with a rushing and receiving touchdown. Saints going to 3-2. Titans defeat the Jaguars 37-19 for the Jaguars. That's now 20 in a row. They've lost their longest streak in NFL history. Eagles defeat the Panthers 21-18 for the Eagles. They've won 4 of the last 5 trips to Carolina. And they go to 2-3 on the year. King Savage Bros. Steelers defeating the Broncos 27-19 for the Steelers. Their third win against Denver in the last 4 attempts. In fact, home teams have taken the last 5 meetings in the regular season. Buccaneers defeat the Dolphins 45-17 for Myles Gaskin. First running back in Miami history with 10 receptions and 2 receiving touchdowns in a game. Patriots defeat the Texans 25-22. Rookie QBs are 1-11 against the Patriots since 2014. Vikings defeat the Lions 19-17 on a 54-yard field goal by Greg Joseph at the gun. That dropped the Lions to 0-5. As right now they're the only winless team in the NFC. Bears defeat the Raiders 20-9 for the Bears. Their first road win against Las Vegas since Week 10, 2007. They've had one previous attempt. Remember, that was back when they were Oakland. They lost in 2011 and lost 2019. If you want to count that as a road game, it was played in London. It was neutral site, but they were designated as the road team. Chargers defeat the Browns 47-42 for Justin Herbert. 5 total touchdowns. He had 4 passing and a rush. The Chargers now 4-1. Don't look now. They could be a contender in the AFC. Cowboys defeating the Giants 44-20 for Tavon Diggs. He has an interception, at least 1 interception in 5 straight games. That's the longest Dallas streak since 1970. And the Cardinals defeated the Niners 17-10 for the Cardinals. Won 5 straight games. Longest streak since 2015. It's also their first 5-0 start since 1974. Yeah, that was back when they were the St. Louis Cardinals. Now head out to the MLB. Right now, a thriller in the South Side is in the top of the 4th. We're tied at 6 between the Astros and the White Sox. The Astros at one point held a 5-1 lead. White Sox fought back, take the lead, but then the Astros tied it up. And then for Yankees suck 1, this one's for you. Red Sox winning 6-4 over the Rays in 13 innings on a walk-off homer by Christian Vasquez. Red Sox now leading the series 2-1. And have a chance to close it out tomorrow night. First pitch at 7:07. Might be a game I'll call. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Joe Burrow was evaluated at a hospital for a throat contusion following the game today. I don't know how he managed to get a throat contusion. And Saquon Barkley, got his ankle twisted with Jordan when he got tangled up with Jordan Lewis. Saw it, twist underneath him, and then Daniel Jones putting his helmet down and got tagged with a concussion. So Yeah, let's just happen. Why not go down some hockey preseason scores if there's any? Nope, there wasn't. Uh, we plan to call Rangers Capitals on Wednesday. Start off the second full season of NHL on TSR. And that's also going to be the official debut of the NHL on TNT. Forward to see what they got in store for the next 7 seasons. But if I got time, I'll watch Tuesday night. Check out the NHL on ESPN, see how that goes. So step away now. Grab a drink. Oh, it's just me, or this feels like a long halftime. Oh, I think I see something underneath. Right now in a weather delay. Okay, lightning in the area. That's why. I was just starting to think. It's like just feels like the longest halftime ever that I see. Okay, now they're in a weather delay. That's why. Yeah, because right now I'm writing up rosters for Rangers Capitals on Wednesday. Because it's like, you know what? Why not? Kill some time. Cause yeah, lightning in the area. To the west of Arrowhead Stadium. That's why we're in a weather delay. So Right, leaves wrong. Excuse me 1 second. Now, this is the second straight football game I've called where there's been a weather delay. Monday night there was a weather delay in LA for lightning in the area, and now we got this. So haven't had the best luck recently calling football games. Okay, it looks like we're about to get back to action. Well, after a light delay, we're back here for the second half. Bills up 24-13, hoping that long delay does not cool them off. They will get the ball to start the second half, and they got a chance to really put some distance between them and Kansas City in the first half. Well, Chiefs marched in, took about 6.5 minutes off the clock to get a field goal. It seems like since then, Buffalo has had control of the game. They answered back with a touchdown drive of their own. Josh Allen with a touchdown run. And then forced a fumble. They could have really put it away early, but they were unable to capitalize on it. And the next drive, the Chiefs were able to put it in for a touchdown. Only for the Bills to answer right back with the Allen to Sanders touchdown pass. The one that put him up by 14 was Allen to Dawson Knox. And Bills would love to have this win, to have a 2-game lead on New England. And I'm sure the Chargers would love to have a Bills win as well and put them up 2 games on them. It's the Broncos and Raiders having a 1-game advantage on them. I'm sure they would love to see Chiefs in last place for another week. Well, I thought we were getting ready to come back out. We might not be just yet. I thought that because they put it back on Alan Chris, that meant we were coming back to action. Meanwhile, on the south side of Chicago, it's White Sox 9, Astros 6. The White Sox not going away quietly. Right now, they have the bases loaded in the bottom of the fourth. Could really blast this game wide open. And they, if needed, they'll play tomorrow afternoon. Well, I guess we're not back to action. I think we're still in the. So, I apologize. I thought we were getting back to action. They're talking about PB&J. Oh, my goodness. Well, here's the deal. If this delay goes past 11:30, I gotta sign off. And unfortunately, I would only get one half of football in. I guess. Give me time to write down the Caps roster. Let's check the weather. It's a city. Oh yeah. Take a look at this. Yep. Now you can see why they're in a rain delay. Lightning delay. This is where we are right now. So I don't know why they're not making their way back onto the field. Hey. Yeah, I wonder when they're going to start talking about random stuff because it seems like they're probably getting tired of talking about earlier action. And NBC could talk about hockey. Oh, wait! You don't have it anymore. Oh, ouch. Too soon, NBC? Uh, yeah, I thought I'd get a few laughs out of that one. Yeah, Texans blew a 13-point lead. Yeah. Okay, the latest. Okay. So we got both the Rangers and Capitals roster ready for Wednesday. Yeah. Now bottom of the fifth, White Sox up 9-6. Poor Lions. They went for 2 to go up by 1. It was like all that, only for the Vikings to undo it. So delayed till at least 11 o'clock. It's my next game. For football, next game, I'm thinking about Monday night. The Bills tight. So yeah, the Bills back here because next Sunday's lineup looking weak. Do want to try to call ALDS tomorrow to Rays Red Sox. Could be a potential series clincher because next week's games. Yeah. Next week. Dolphins, Jaguars. London, please forgive us for having to send over our crappiest NFL teams to play. I hope that you can forgive us for that. We don't try to do this on purpose. It just seems to happen. Chargers, Ravens. I know. That might actually be a good game. I might actually call that. Yeah. Gets a high enough announcing crew, and I got the time Sunday afternoon. Chargers, Ravens might be a game I might call. It might actually be a good one. I mean, can't be any worse than what was probably going to be the number one game of the week on CBS. Cowboys, Patriots. Yeah, I know the Patriots won today. I should give them some credit, but I mean, it's like they're 2-3. And yes, I know it's America's team against the clinging to dear life dynasty, I guess I should say. I don't know. The Sunday night game's not looking. Seahawks, especially now with Russell Wilson out. That Geno Smith versus Big Ben. Oh. I might call NLCS action on Sunday night. Let's see what happens. But so I think they're slated to get back to work at 11. Yeah, Chargers, Ravens are going to have too low announcing crew. I'm probably just going to have to sit that one out. How does Chiefs Washington get a higher announcing crew than Chargers Ravens? Washington's not even that great. And they can't use the excuse of the NFCs because it's actually looking a little more competitive because Dallas is actually doing pretty good. And the Chiefs, that's. I'm assuming this was made probably in the off season. Yeah. Just. All right. I have flashback to October 1998 with a monsoon during a Sunday night game between the Seahawks and Chiefs. I actually revisited that game March 2020. I watched it. It was one of the it's a bad weather game, so I went to revisit it on YouTube. Ended up having just a 6-minute halftime because of the lengthy delay. Yeah, I thought we were getting ready to start back up at 10:30 when I saw Al and Michael Alan Chris, excuse me, I thought, all right, we're ready to start back up, and lo and behold, we're still in this delay. I really don't want to leave a stream early, just because could be a great game, but this is right now 10:55 out. So 9:30 there's 10:30 here. So yeah, looks like they're moving out of the area. So we'll probably start back up in just a little bit. Just a little Thomas. Well, weather delay causing us. It should have been back 35 minutes ago. Well, even before that, probably closer to an hour ago. But due to lightning in the area of Kansas City, we had to sit this one out. I felt like it was a longer halftime than usual until I saw that I was currently in a delay. Try to wait it out. At some point, if gotta come to the point where it's too late, I gotta go. It just seems that weather delays have kind of foiled my streams. The outdoor game at Lake Tahoe between Vegas and Colorado, because of unseasonably warm temperatures, the ice wasn't surviving, so they went into a lengthy delay. And I eventually trashed the stream because, I did all that work for one period. And then there was PLL, the regular season finale up in Albany. What was it? Chaos and Archers. And that got because Whipsnakes and Redwoods got delayed, the bad weather. Yeah, this past Monday night, it just seems like weather has just thrown a wrench in the plans. That's the problem. So if you're just tuning in for the past, I don't know, 45, 50 minutes, I've just been sitting here after I read the halftime scores. It looks like they're out warming up. So that's a good sign. Let's see if that progresses into us resuming action. Open Davis, kick me back off here on your home for the NFL. Looks like we're finally getting back to action here. Bills up 24-13. They get the ball to start the second half. Fans making their way back to the seats. Those who were able to stay. The first half highlights. Josh Allen's touchdown run to put the Bills up 7-3, and then Mahomes finding Byron Pringle back in the end zone. But then Josh Allen hooking up with Emmanuel Sanders. And then Allen hooking up with Dawson Knox. Bucker just before the half. Josh Allen, 18th game with a rushing passing touchdown. 17-0, so things looking promising for Buffalo, but Patrick Mahomes, 4 wins when trailing by 11 plus points in regular and postseason, so he knows how to rally the troops. Dawson Knox, 5th touchdown this season, most amongst tight ends. Bills, 12 yards of play, most in NFL since in first half. I can't see. All right, Bucker gets the ball. We're ready to kick off the second half. And the kick's away. They'll go in for a touchback, so the Bills going to work. Allen behind center. Drops back. Handoff. This is Singletary up the gut. Maybe about 3 on the play. Allen in the shotgun. In the shotgun on 2nd and 7. He's going to keep it himself up the middle. It's up to about the 33. It's up 3rd and short. Allen in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Fires. Passes. Incomplete. Off the hands of Stephon Diggs, and Buffalo go with 3 and out. Sorry. So set the punt away for the Bills is Matt Hawk. Hardman will await the return. And fair catch right around the 21. That's where the Chiefs will go to work. Calls to Edward Hilaire. Bouncing, and he's going to end up losing 2 yards on the play. Just being a loss of 1. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires, passes caught. That's Kelsey. And he'll get a first down up to around the 34-yard line. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Fires, passes, caught. That's number 11. That is Demarcus Robinson. Picks up about 8 on the play. And pitch to Edward Hilaire left side. And he's going to be dropped for a loss. And that was number 49, Tremaine Edmonds. Third and 4th, 39. Mahomes in the shotgun. Now an empty backfield. Drops, looks, pressure coming, eludes a sack, just able to get the pass off. A flag is down. Was trying to get it to Kelsey. The Bills yet again commit another. Nope, this time it is on the Chiefs. They're going to decline it and force the punt. The Bills breathing a sigh of relief. It's like, finally a penalty called on them on third down when we stopped them. Tommy Townsend sent the punt away to Isaiah McKenzie. It's the kick. And screaming poison will go out of bounds around the 17-yard line. Great to be back in action. 10:49 to go in the third. Bills still up by 11 on your home for the NFL. Bills take over after they force the Chiefs to go 3 and out. Was it 3 and out? Oh no, they got a first down. But they did force him to punt, so I think that's what matters most. Allen behind center. Play action. Looking. Fires the heave. Cut! That's Knox again! He's inside Chief territory. Allen had maybe just a little under a second to throw that off before he had contact by the defender. He's behind center on 1st and 10. Cost him, looks like that was Moss. Lost a yard. The Bills on this drive looking to Just absolutely hit Kansas City in the mouth. Look at Carlos Bolden, Nick Bolden's father. 2nd and 11. Sorry about this, folks. Allen fires, passes, caught. That's Knox. And he goes no. I'll make that number 89. Tommy Sweeney goes nowhere. Yeah. Sorry, folks. It's late. That's why I'm starting to get tired. By now, I should have been wrapping it up, but due to the lightning delay, we have to. We're in the 3rd quarter right now. Caught 3rd and 10. Allen in the shotgun. Drops back. Pressure coming. He fires. Pass incomplete. And a flag comes in. Let's see. They're going to get the Chiefs for interference. Nope. They're going to get the Bills for interference. And Chiefs are going to decline it. So they're probably going to send out the punting unit. How was that interference on the Bills? Not that it really matters because nothing happened, but I don't know how that was interference. Anything, it looked like it was interference on the Chiefs. They're punting away. And, the Bills pin them at the, looks like the 7-yard line. And a great job fielding it by Taiwan Jones. And I probably would have backed up maybe a couple more yards. See if they could pin them even deeper. Nevertheless, still a good job pinning them inside the 10-yard line. And they're going to call it the 8-yard line. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Like a collapse. He fires. Pass incomplete. As Robinson. And a late flag comes in. Everyone outran the ball. Holding in the offense. Bills opted to decline the penalty. I don't know why. Could have pushed them half the distance to the goal. But with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, I don't know if that really would matter. He's in the shotgun. Drops back. Pass is caught. That's Edwards-Helaire on the left side. Gets the first down. Up to about the 18-yard line. And now Edwards-Helaire slow to get up. Step aside. 8:23 to go in the 3rd. Still Bills 24, Chiefs 13. Here on your home for the NFL. Chiefs now have it 1st and 10 at the 18 as they step aside because of Edwards-Hilaire's injury. Mahomes in the shotgun. Yeah, the 19. And play action. Mahomes fires, passes, caught. That's Hardman. Forward progress will get him to the 23-yard line. I don't know what happened to Edwards-Hilaire. Guessing it's something to do with the right leg. He was being carried off. They're going to call it 2nd and 5. We hope he's okay. Mahomes drops back, looking, fires pass, incomplete. A little too low for Hardman. We'll set up 3rd and 5. With 7:20 to go in the third. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires passes, intercepted! And see you later! Touchdown Bills! And it's Micah Hyde, and the Bills starting to run away with it. It looked like he was trying to go to his go-to guy, Tyreek Hill. It went off his hands and into the hands of Micah Hyde. And all he had to do was not trip on his shoelaces. As pass for the point after. Kick up and good. Bills defense now starting to get into the act. 7:12 to go in the third. It's now Bills 31, Chiefs 13 on your home for the NFL. Back in Kansas City, the Bills making a big play on defense with the Micah Hyde interception. And it went 26 yards. And Patrick Mahomes is going to have his work cut out for him tonight. On 18, he's going back to work. Edward Hilaire walking on his own. Going into the locker room as Bass will kick it off. And no return. Holmes in the shotgun on 1st and 10. Drops back, rolling to his right, looking, and we'll just throw it away. Bills' first 4 opponents, points per game ranks from Pittsburgh 28th. Somehow they lost to them. Miami 31st. Washington 11th. Houston tied for 28th with Pittsburgh. And Kansas City tied for 2nd. Mahomes drops back, fires, passes, caught. Right around the 28. And that's number 81, Blake Bell. And they're caught 3rd and 6. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Hill. Hill trying to find a corner. He can't get there. He's going to be short. And the Chiefs are going to yet again have to punt it away. Or what are they? They're going to keep Mahomes in the offense. I mean, I guess at this point in the game, you're down 18. You figure, why not? Mahomes in the shotgun. 4th and 3 at the 42. Or 32. Mahomes drops back. Looking. Fires, passes. Incomplete! Hardman could not haul it in. LA flag nose comes down. And they're going to call roughing the passer on the Bills so the Chiefs catch a break. And that is on number 91, Ed Oliver. Out below the waist. Yeah, they're going to call that. But you know what, Kansas City? It's your own fault why that rule is there, because of what Bernard Pollard did to Tom Brady 13 years ago. So it's now 1st and 10 at the 47 after the penalty. Drops back, rolling to his right, looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Kelsey up to the 45. He gets past the marker and into Buffalo territory at the 42. And speaking of 2008, the first White Sox home playoff game since then. In the bottom of the 7th, White Sox 9, Astros 6. White Sox fighting to keep their season alive. Mahomes in the shotgun. And the handoff, this is Williams, left side, 40, 35, close to the first down. 33. Edwards-Hilaire struggled to get to, I think that's the locker room. And now Bell player is down. I can't see the number. Showing the name. Step aside, 4:55 to go in the third. Bills 31, Chiefs 13 here on your home for the NFL. Aligning the stars in Kansas City, Mahomes 20 of 37, 185 yards, a touchdown, interception. So 6 runs for 52 yards. Tyreek Hill, 3 catches, 22 yards, has a run for 15 yards. Right now, sitting at 2nd and 1, the 33, Mahomes in the shotgun. You say, oh, look, quarter. Drops back, looking. That's the scramble, fires, passes, caught. That's Hardman up to around the 25. And he'll move the chains for the Chiefs. Mahomes behind center on 1st and 10. Rolling to his left, now looking to his right, and I'll throw it away. 2nd and 10 upcoming. Mahomes in his shotgun, drops back. Looking, fires, passes, caught. That's Hill inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line. And now we have 1st and goal. Mahomes in the shotgun. And it's intercepted! Oh my goodness! 50, that's Greg Rousseau. Are we really going to do this? Okay, yeah, I know you have a big lead, but it's still the third quarter, guys. He tipped it, and he somehow came down. If he had managed to stay on his feet, he probably would have been going for a touchdown. He came down, and he just lost his footing. For the Chiefs, that's their third turnover tonight. And Allen will have it behind center, 1st and 10. Calls the Moss, right side. Maybe losing inches. That'll be 2nd and 10. Allen in the shotgun. Play action. Now he's going to take off with it. Tried to go up the middle. Now to the left side. He's going to go nowhere. Yes, that was Bolden on the stop. Set up 3rd and 10. Allen in his shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Fires. Passes. Incomplete. Bill's looking for a flag. But to no avail. They are not happy with it. That looked like it was going to be a tough catch anyway. Yeah, I think it was best just to let that one go. It would have been a tough play for Diggs anyway. Hawks set the punt away. And it'll just bounce out of bounds. Let's see where they spot it. It's like around the 49. Yep, next Sunday night. Seahawks Steelers. Going into the season, that would look to be a premier matchup. Now it's... Ugh. Mahomes drops back. Now it's the run, fires, passes caught. That's Williams at midfield. About the 48-yard line, so from 148 to the other. Second and 6. Mahomes drops back, fires, passes caught. That's Williams again. He'll get the first down inside the 40. Looks like it was the 38. First 38, Mahomes drops back, fires, pass caught. Hardman up to the 35 at the 33-yard line. And we got another bill down. I couldn't catch the number. It was too quick. Trying to catch the number, but there are too many bodies in the way. Okay, it looks like 39. Levi Wallace is down. He is getting up, walking off the field on his own power. Holmes in the shotgun. We call one more play before the quarter ends. He does. Drops, looks, fires the heave too high. And they're going to call a flag! They're going to get white for interference. That ball looked uncatchable. They don't. And they're going to flag that one. They let the Diggs play. They let that one ride. And that looked more catchable. Okay, he did knock him down, yes. But this ball, it didn't look like he was going to be able to get this one anyway. I mean, he did interfere. I'm not going to dispute that. But it's like, how do you call that one? But you let the Stephon Diggs one go. You got to call it both. Either call it both ways or you don't call it at all. As Mahomes gets it out the hill to the 10. And go out of bounds. And that's going to take us to the end of the third quarter. Well, it's a long night, but we're heading into the final quarter. Bills up 18 on your home for the NFL. Second quarter started. Dumped it off to Williams. Might set up third and inches. So third and less than the yard. I think this is 4-down territory. Handoff. That's Williams. Williams plowing. Couldn't quite get there, but you get a first down at the 1-yard line. Holmes rushing the team up. A quick pitch, and it's a touchdown to Travis Kelce. The Chiefs not going down quietly. Just a toss out to him. Almost got like hot potato. Once he got the ball, he just quickly passed it. Sputker for the extra point. Snap, kick, up, and good. Chiefs showing a little sign of life. With 13:42 to go in the game, they're down 11 now here on your home for the NFL. Back in Kansas City, the Chiefs trimmed the deficit a little bit on the touchdown pass from Mahomes to Kelce. You really call it a pass, it was more like a shuffle. Bucker for the kick. And looks return the ball, and it was muffed. As McKenzie, who was struggling to come up with it, he was able to hold on, eventually get a hold of it. That could have been costly for Buffalo. Allen behind center. Drops calls to Singletary. It's about 2 yards. Teams combining for close to 700 yards of offense. Allen in the shotgun. I'll swing out to Singletary, slipped back at the 15-yard line to back to the original line of scrimmage. And that's going to set up 3rd down. Looks like the rain really coming down there. Probably just call it a 1-yard loss. I thought it was a 2. My mistake. Allen in the shotgun on 3rd down. Or no, look, yep, he's in the shotgun. Drops back. Pressure coming. Allen in trouble. He's taken off to the 20. Gets to the 25. Gets a 1st down. The flag is down, though. And look, Allen took a nasty spill, but he's okay. Let's check the marker. And it's going to come back. That's going to make it half the distance as it was number 60. Mitch Morse called for holding. Yep, Allen sliding right into the equipment thing. A little slick out there tonight. Now it is 3rd and 17. Drops back. Pressure coming. Allen slips away from one to heave. Intercepted. And that's number 27, Rashad Fenton. A flag is down. Oh, no, it's not going to be an interception. So this is why you don't run to the opposing end zone to celebrate. It comes back on you. And Frank Clark called for roughing the passer. Instead of the Chiefs getting it at their own 47 or somewhere around that area, the Bills will have it 1st and 10 at the 23 as Clark. It was bang, bang. I don't know. I really don't know about that one. Unless he led with his helmet and I wasn't looking at it correctly. I don't know. I think you got to let that one go because it was pretty close to when he released it. Allen in the shotgun. Play action pass is caught right around the 33-yard line. That's Sanders. First and 10, Allen in the shotgun. Oh, they called it 34. I can't see who getting the call there. Look, it's Moss. He might have gotten a yard, if that. Allen in the shotgun. Quick pass out. That's caught up to the 40-yard line. And number 11 of the Bills, that is Cole Beasley. First time I'm calling his name tonight. Gets about 5 on the play. Allen in the shotgun. Looks like the Bills are going to have to call a timeout with about 9:30 to go. Allen in the shotgun on 3rd and 4. So they put 6 seconds back on the clock, by the way. It's now at 9:36. Pressure coming. Allen rolling to his left. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Hurdles over a defender. And they're going to give him the first down. Just tuck it and run. And he decides, just completely hurdled over Snead. Look at that. That's all Snead was doing was tackling air. And pressure coming. Allen fires, passes. Incomplete, trying for Sanders. It's up 2nd down. If you're the Bills here, you have 2 tasks. Run some clock, get some points. A field goal could make it a 2-possession game, taking the field goal out of the equation. But they get a touchdown, it's a 3-score game. Dumps it over to Moss. Moss to the 50. The 45 up to the 40-yard line of Kansas City. That's going to move the chains. So a drive that was kept alive by a roughing the passer penalty on a pass that was intercepted. What I'll call a questionable roughing the passer call, because Allen was hit maybe just nanoseconds after throwing it. Allen in an empty backfield shotgun. Drops, fires, passes, caught right around the 25 to about the 23. with number 13, Gabriel Davis. Allen in the shotgun. Play action. Now he's going to keep it up to the 20. 15 slides down at the 10-yard line. I don't know where they're going to officially call it. They're going to call it the 12. That. So like a good 7 yards. Allen behind center. Calls the Moss left side, cuts it back to the middle up to about the 8-yard line. Slowly closing in on 6 minutes to play. Josh Allen, his first 2 seasons, never had a 300-yard passing game. Last 2 years, he's had 10. And he's in the shotgun. And play action passes. Caught! Touchdown! That's Sanders. And that might help put this one away for the Bills. It's just over 6 minutes to go. And Bass for the point after, up and good. .551 to go in the game. Now Bills 38, Chiefs 20 on your home for the NFL. The Bills able to shoot down to under 6 minutes to go and got a touchdown, so accomplished both what they needed. I'm sure they would have loved to have taken a little more time off. Is what it is. A 12-play, 85-yard touchdown drive kept alive by a roughing the passer call. And Pringle going to return it from his end zone. Gets up to the 15, 20, up to about the 24-yard line. And the Bills upcoming. We got Monday Nighter in Tennessee. And after the bye week, they spent Halloween at home against the Dolphins. Then 2-game road trip to Jacksonville, New York. Chiefs on the road at Landover next week. Then at Tennessee, following them Bills Titans Monday Nighter. Then a Monday Nighter of their own against the Giants, Week 8. Week 9, the showdown with Mahomes and Rodgers. And then SNF on November 14th against the Raiders. Mahomes in the shotgun, drops back, fire pass incomplete. Second and 10. And our look at the quote-unquote roughing the passer. As Mahomes pass complete, that's Hill. Hill able to find the angle, get up to about the 31. A flag comes in. This officiating crew has been so quick to throw the flag over anything. Let's see what this is all about. And I guess they just picked it up. Third and 2, Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Pressure coming, fires, passes caught. That's Hardman. It's going to move the chains. Coming up on 5 minutes to play in the game. To about the 37. Mahomes drops back, fires, pass caught. That's Hardman. Getting up to about the 39. And Mahomes dropping back under pressure, escapes. Looking, now has to run with it. Gets the first down up to midfield. .434 to go in the game. Mahomes in the shotgun. Drops back. Looking. Fires, passes incomplete. Thrown short of Tyreek Hill. Four and a half to play in the game. He's in the shotgun, drops. Looking, fires, passes, caught. That's McKinnon. Up around the 45. It's a 3rd and 5. .46. Mahomes drops back, fires, passes, incomplete as Kelsey got decked and the flag comes in. They're going to probably flag the Bills for hitting a defenseless receiver. It's going to keep the Chief drive alive. Yeah. All shoulder pad right to the helmet. That was on Jordan Poyer. The Bills will now have it the Chiefs will have it now 1st and 10. 31 following the penalty. And they might get another one here. It's an offside. They might even call this encroachment because the play never happened. And everybody. "17 penalties called in this game for over 150 yards combined." That's caught by Hill right around the 15-yard line. That's going to move the chains. Holmes in the shotgun, looking. Now going to take off with it. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about it. Holmes in the shotgun. He lost it. And the ball's still up for grabs. And still up, and the Bills got it. As number 27, that's Tre'Davious White. That might be the one that finishes the deal here. And for the Chiefs, their 4th turnover. It just slipped out of Mahomes' hand. It's around the Buffalo 35. And off, this is Moss up to about the 41. So now at this point, the Bills just looking to run clock. The Chiefs now have to use their timeouts. 3:20 to go in the game. The Chiefs defense. 5 straight games allowing 29 points per game. Longest to start a season in NFL history. And it calls the Moss left side. Gets the first down a little more up to about the 47-yard line. Let's see if the Chiefs call timeout here. Looks like they are. Allen behind center. Thought he could try to get him to jump. And it calls the Moss up the middle, no gain. I wouldn't anticipate the Chiefs using that timeout just yet. That last one. Oh, they just did. For Josh Allen, 15 of 26, 315 yards, 3 touchdowns passing. Also 8 rushes, 62 yards, and a touchdown. And he's had himself quite a night. And Moss gets a pass midfield about the 45. White Sox leading the Astros 12-6. So it looks like the White Sox season won't be ending tonight, rather this morning. Third down and 2. Calls the Moss. He'll get a first down. And that should, well, not going to declare it over just yet, but that should do it. The Bills dancing on the sideline. After losing to this team twice last year, I think they've earned this right. As we just hit the 2-minute warning. I mean, this game last year in the regular season ended up being the difference maker. As Allen will kneel it down. I don't know why they're showing Mitch Trubisky. 5th season, yeah, okay. Who cares? And he'll kneel it. So I'll have to do it one more time. Final kneel down. That's going to do it. The Bills can tack it on. Final tonight, Buffalo 38, Kansas City 20. All right, go home and go to bed. I'll see you all tomorrow night, maybe.